Alright. Yep, we're back. Much to my disappointment. We'll have to be using probably this drawing tablet for a while. But you know what? Screw it. It'll probably be fine. If there's anything that I kind of wished, and I don't know if this is programmable or if I can find settings for it, I think one thing that would help is an issue I have with my setup, but we'll get into that in a moment. For now, welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm your host, Isaac MCCanary, and it's time for the render. It's time for the render. It's everyone's favorite part, the render. It's my favorite part, the render. And we're doing art today. Hopefully I'll have this done today, or something close to done today. I haven't decided yet how this is going to go. There's a couple things that are impacting certain elements of what I'm doing and what I'm working on with this, and certain decisions I'm making, but for now, as I said, just kind of go with this. And really, as I've been getting back into using this, frankly, archaic piece of technology, it hasn't been too bad. I just had to get used to it again. But I do have plans, and backup plans for that matter. Well, or rather, I have a backup plan for the laptop situation, which is slowly becoming the primary plan, because frankly, I don't think I'm going to. I think I just need to do what's going to actually work. And it's a large portion of money either way. Which is exactly why I'm like, maybe I just. I mean, they tried. They tried. They did try. I'm not gonna say they didn't try. I'm not gonna say they did anything wrong, even. I had kind of a rough time even getting me my parts. Bad luck, I suppose. Right now, my laptop is in a state, man. It's in a state of non-function. It is not doing hot. But hey, at least nice is this will be. I think this will go pretty well. Like I said, today I'm going to focus on the render. And if there's anything, there's one thing that this thing sucks at, but is fine with. It actually is fine with this kind of rendering. It sucks with line art, I'm noticing. Since I do a lot of line art with my other thing. This does not like to do line art, like, hardly at all. It doesn't mind doing this. God. I am having a lot of fun texturing this, though. And this kind of, like, skin texture I've found is very nice. This does make me want to go back and revisit a project design that I haven't seen in a long time and apply it to it. Because, like, specifically the Necromorph is a design that I have visited in the past. Still have it all on my frickin', one of those things that I'm like, I almost kind of want to, revisit it just because it's got, like, a little bit of history to it. Namely, back in the days when I very briefly, I did post a little bit to DeviantArt for a while. Oops. Posted to DeviantArt for a while. And I posted something called God of Limbs, which was a horror tabletop game that I was running in a system that Jackson and Sean, I believe, both worked on, though it was mainly Jackson who worked on it. It was his project. And it was the creature design in that was very inspired by Dead Space. Without question. I really like the designs of the Necromorphs. Really like The Thing. The Thing is a good movie. That is slower than it. Oh, never mind. For some reason, I was like, is it? Yeah, this might actually help if I... Actually, no. Are there no guides? I don't know if there are guides. There are these guides. Is there a guide one? Is there a line? No, there's not. There's a ruler, but I don't need that. But yeah, I feel like it's a design that I like fleshed out a lot that I would like to revisit. And I'd be able to do more with it because part of what I liked about that design is, as much as I like the Necromorphs, it was not as detailed. It was a little bit more subdued. And the body horror was much more focused, I'll put it that way, in that piece. I focused in on a certain element of body horror with it. At least I did. Ooh. I also like how this is just working in and blending. This is the thing that I actually really like about Fresco. Fresco does a very, very good job of really emulating certain kinds of medium. It was good at it. Good. Like I said, one weird thing about this tablet is it seems to do fine with painting. It's much better with painting. Probably because you don't have to be as precise, but that helps me. I could also be much lighter with it. Because if I start pressing into it, things become harder. things become harder to control with this tablet for whatever reason, the harder I push into it. So if I can do this, if I can be really light and just kind of like slowly add things, it works much better for me. I have noticed. This just kind of works like a spray tool, almost. Just kind of add a little bit at a time. Darker. This is where I'm like, man, I really want to get into texture work. I really, really, really want to get into texture work because I can. This kind of stuff makes me feel like texture work would be very fun and I'd be very good at it. This is my eternal darkness. I feel like I'd be very good at a lot of this kind of thing. And right now I'm just at a point where I'm really, really, really working hard to build out that portfolio any way that I can to show that, hey, look, the only thing I need is the quote-unquote professional work, though. I mean, I have an interest in independent work anyways, so hopefully something that I'm particularly interested in getting into within the next year is maybe a bigger project. I keep talking about it. I have talked about it repeatedly, so we'll see. But it is something I am interested in undertaking. At some point, we'll see. What a good texture. What a good texture. That's coming along nicely. I accidentally hit the window button. Ignore that. Now time for this. Let's see. How large of a brush? Might have to bust out the lasso. We'll see. If I bust out the lasso tool, the reason why is just to really get those crisp edges. I don't think I'll need that. I want the tetanus. I want it to look like the tetanus is right on the edge of that blade. And I'm kind of doing this to put off a little bit of the lighting, because the lighting is something I both have kind of somewhat ambitious ideas for and hesitations, because I'm like, ugh, I want to do that, but boy, that sounds abysmal. Why does it say 70 again? I do not understand, Silos. So you probably have been 69 for a lot longer because this stupid platform. But hey! I posted in the right spot. I'm sorry. It happens. I'm trying not to think about that. But hey, welcome. It happens. How's it going, Silos? I appreciate the support. For 70 months. 70 months! For at least 70 months. For probably more than 70 months. Trying to texture this. Trying to texture it. This is the hard part of working on a big flat surface like this. Sometimes it's a nightmare. I mean, like, as in, like, the texturing of specifically the big knife. Not the jank-ass ancient bamboo drawing tablet, which I have used. Guys, you want to know how old this drawing tablet is? I have streams where I was using this tablet. I have drawing streams that use this tablet that are old. That's how old it is. Nice. I too have had a cup of coffee, and I have another cup and a half ready if I need it. Rusty blade, rusty blade. You have Intuits, for which came out in, like, 2007 and 2009. Oh, what, a drawing tablet? Jesus, yeah. Like, mine is... I've had it probably about that long, because mine is a bamboo pen. How old the fuck is this thing? CTL 420? 470? CTL 470? It's a tiny little thing. It's a tiny, tiny little thing. And due to situations... It was released in 2011, so mine was new when I got it, actually. Because that was about when I got it. Was maybe like a year or two later, because it was like in high school when I got this. I've used it a lot. I've used it a lot, man. Like, as much as I complain about using it now that I've touched, the fruits of better drawing tablets, I won't deny that it isn't saving my complete ass right now. Even though I feel like I would rather not be using it and my work is suffering for it, I can still work, and that's more important. That's something I have to appreciate about it, is... But I could still work on this piece. I don't have to put it on complete hiatus, and I'm not going to be that selfish. Not selfish, that stubborn. Because there is a part of me that was like, do I just, not do art until I get that? And I'm like, no. I don't want to go on hiatuses if I can absolutely fucking prevent it, because one of my biggest problems, I'm just gonna call it a problem, is that sometimes I go on a hiatus with my art because I get burnt out for whatever reason, and right now I'm in a fucking renaissance with my art. So if I can stave off things like that, I fucking should. I just fucking should. If I can keep working on art, that's all that matters. Oh yeah, that still looks good. Oh, I think I've gotten more than triple my money's worth on this fucking bad boy. I've done commission work on this bad boy. That said, I am looking at just a genuine dual upgrade of I laptop, I'm gonna be honest. Laptop I think is just shit out of luck. I think I just have to get what I can off of it when I can get it working well enough to get shit off of it. We'll see. Because it won't even, like, I even was like, okay, maybe I just use the tablet with it. Fuck it. It'll at least be better than nothing. And then even this tablet wasn't working on the laptop now for some reason. And then now, the last time I opened it, I couldn't even access files or anything because the mouse was broken because something is going on weird with the LCD. So I'm just like, okay, if I can just get lucky and salvage a few files off of it, I'll be happy. But that thing is not doing well. It's not doing well at all. And then what I was looking at next was just getting a dual drawing LCD and a monitor LCD. And things recommend not using it for an LCD, but the problem is, or rather, the good thing is I have a primary LCD. I have a primary monitor. I need it for exactly what it's going to be able to do for me if it does this, which is when I am using it, drawing. When I am not using it for drawing, putting random bullshit on it to just look at and just have there. And it will be nice to have. It's be nice to have. And it's kind of perfect timing because the monitor that I've had since college with this computer, which is an ancient HDMI widescreen monitor, like flat screen monitor, is dying. Or at least acts like it's dying. Because the last couple times I've tried to turn it on, I've been afraid that it wouldn't turn back on ever again. Yeah, get one of the fancy ones. Yeah, I last time I turned it off, because usually I just leave all my monitors on when I turn my computer off, but if I leave my computer on overnight, say to encode a video, I turn the monitors off, because I'm like, I don't know, save energy a little bit, or save the screens a little bit. And the last time I tried to turn off all of my monitors, the last monitor, the oldest one, which I still use because it's a little bit smaller, before I wasn't using it for a while because I was using my big TV, and even in retrospect, I wasn't really using that TV. But, nah. I like the setup I have now, where I have 3 screens. Yeah, it I think a combination of it was just, and I think I've run into this before, is it doesn't have buttons, which pisses me off. I hate when technology doesn't have a clickable button. I'm sorry, guys. A fancy schmancy touch sensor sucks. It just sucks. And this monitor doesn't have buttons. It has, like, implied buttons. And I, like, went to hit it. I've hit it so many times, and it didn't work. And I was like, what? And I tried it, and I tried it, and I tried it. And I was like, oh my god, it's finally dead, isn't it? And then just out of nowhere later, I hit it just right and it worked again. And I was like, I can't ever turn you off again, can I? Because I don't have the fucking remote control just to be able to turn it on that way. This is why you do not put that on your fucking shit. My brand new Asus monitor, which is way newer, way better, and even has, you know, fucking firmware, modern firmware to mesh with stuff, has physical buttons. Use physical buttons. Just do it. Just always even have a button available. I don't care. I don't care if we get to the future and we have fancy holograms. There's got to be a button somewhere. Just put a button somewhere. Just somewhere. Most important button's the power button. Can't argue with me on that. The most important button is the power button. There should be a power button. It should be a button. It should not be something touch sensitive. It should just be a button. It should just be a button. No question. So yeah, that's something I'm looking at. It's in a weird priority spot in that I definitely am in the mindset of if I'm going to get that monitor, it's going to happen probably by the end of the year. However, the only thing that's keeping me from pulling the trigger right exactly this second is two combined things. I kind of want to see where I'm at the end of the month and utilize Cyber Monday. But the only thing that would get me to pull that trigger faster is a contract, which recently, the more I've been doing it, I still haven't secured one, but there is some chances. So I definitely very recently actually had something very positive happen where, you know, they look at my guys, I've learned a lesson here. If you're an artist out there, get a don't just get a portfolio site from a perspective of like obvious, but like I don't know. I kind of neglected my art station, and now that I'm like actually utilizing it, employers do look at your portfolio. I mean, they should. That's what employers are for. And this one just straight up was like, it was fine. It, if anything, made me go, okay, I know what I need to kind of say more, better, and have more prepared. And the next one is I need to look through my actual commission works and post some of them because essentially they were like, so you have any professional? And I'm like, well, I have had this, and I was like, ah, shit, I don't have any examples. So I'm gonna have that ready no matter what. But they still were like, I want to get your resume and your portfolio to the client, and I was like, oh yes, finally. So yeah, ArtStation good, portfolio good. I mean, portfolio always good, but in reality, portfolio good, and really, there's I don't know why I was this way. I got really hung up on certain things about my portfolio that I'm just like, duh. I should say that I have experience no matter what. No matter what they say you have experience based on what your actual experience is. They ask you for professional, you tell them the professional that you have, and that is it. In my situation, I had to be honest. It was like, I haven't had very much. Most of mine has been independent, and it has been independent. And I had to actually really be affirmative about that. You know? Make it sound like it's not a bad thing. Be like, I've had to do a lot of independent work, and this is what I've done independent. Right now, if I can find more professional work, I absolutely would like it, and anything would help me out, as what I was honest. I was like, I'm looking to try this industry, and I need to get those started. So you just gotta be, you gotta advocate. Gotta advocate for yourself. Gotta say you can do the dang thing. And I'm also in a weird spot. I'm in a weird spot, kind of in so much that I can actually say and like claim, right? Like I can be like, no, uh, I do have industry experience on some level. I should start flexing it. I have been using Adobe products for 10 years now. I have, period. So, and I should say so. Using Microsoft products have been, and I've used them professionally. God, that's another thing I need to maintain is like, hey, my last job, I did use Photoshop professionally. I did. So I got to keep that in mind. I got to keep that in mind for the future. God, how am I already at this part of the... Well, I guess it has been 30 minutes. For some reason, I always think that this part of the playlist is later, like near the end, when it's like halfway through. Guys, go play Signalis. It's really good. James and I have been talking about it a lot recently, and it continues to kind of just evolve into what is, for me, probably the best. One of my favorites of all time. Setting-wise and presentation, it's really, really, really good. And I will eat some crow on this. I actually wasn't super interested in it at first, but you know what? This is where I have to remember something kind of crucial. Respect the man. Yahtzee's surprisingly not always as insightful as I give him credit. I do like Yahtzee a lot. I agree with him on quite a few things, actually, but I remember him being very meh about Signalis. Though, you know, again, kind of his whole thing is being pretty cynical. But it's weird. There felt like there was a period of Yahtzee's career where he actually was kind of getting away from that and was getting more like esteemed as somebody who you could rely on for at least a certain level of tangibility. So I'm a little surprised that he was pretty harsh on Signalis in retrospect. Or maybe I should go rewatch it and see if he genuinely was as harsh as I thought he was. Because it's hard for me to think that somebody who loves Silent Hill 2 would not love Signalis because Signalis does actually a good job of separating itself from its pedigree once it gets it out of the way. Don't get me wrong, it likes Silent Hill 2. It likes Silent Hill 2 too. But it certainly does not copy as much as I felt like I was led to believe, and very much has its own thing going and its own inspirations. And even in a certain sense, like it utilizes some theming that even the main Silent Hill games do not utilize very well. Like, one of the things that impresses me about Signalis is it kind of understands its source and inspiration material even a little bit better than Silent Hill does. Because while stylistically, there's a lot that Silent Hill draws from Jacob's Ladder, which is one of its biggest inspirations. Rightfully so, by the way. In fact, I always like to joke that I find it weird that for it being a main inspiration for the Silent Hill franchise as a whole, dating back to the first game, Silent Hill 2 is more Jacob's Ladder than Silent Hill 1 is. But the more that I kind of like investigate and piece out elements of the presentation and the storytelling in Signalis, the more Jacob's Ladder it is than it is even Silent Hill. It's actually a more faithful Jacob's Ladder story, and more faithful Jacob's Ladder uh, uh, inspired piece of work than Silent Hill is. And there are just straight up elements of Jacob's Ladder that are wholesale plagiarized by Silent Hill. But actually, thematically, and the way that Signalis captures its perspective on horror is actually much more in line with Jacob's Ladder than Silent Hill is. The main so man, I'm partly like, do I go into spoilers because it's something I really want to talk about, and maybe I wait until tonight because I mean we're going to be playing Silent Hill too, because it's one of the things that I think is fascinating about Signalis and Jacob's Ladder. By the way, boy, if you can't tell, everybody go watch Jacob's Ladder. It is maybe now one of my favorite horror movies of all time. It certainly left a fucking impression on me, that's for damn sure. It certainly has left an impression on me. There. There. God, sometimes you can really tell. I can really tell when I was not doing well that day because I'm like, as much as good work as I had done, I'm like, wow, why did I make such messes? Oh, because I probably wasn't having a great day, let's be honest. Last week was a rough week, I won't lie. But hey, I lived through it. It's a new week. I'll be fine. I'll survive. I feel like I'm having a little bit of a harder time with the texturing this time around, which is interesting. Would not have expected that kind of struggle. Oops. I wanted. What the hell? I wanted that. That lightning. Oh no, that's why. But Signalis has been something that has stuck in my brain quite a bit. It is quite good. Highly recommend it. It is both incredibly faithful to its source inspirations and does its own very good version of a lot of different things. And I have weird preferences when it comes to stuff in media. For example, I'll put it this way. Uh, I am not super into overtly political pieces of media, but I do like political intrigue a lot. I think political intrigue, when handled well, is really, really good. Um, and Signalis just straight up has really good political intrigue that also is a part of the horror experience. Um, its political intrigue is fascinating to delve into and really adds a lot of texture to the stressful nature of the situation, as it isn't the primary source of horror, but it is contributing to it, like directly. one of the big things that it does so well is it utilizes its kind of like nature, the nature of the political situation that's going on in that game, to really feel unreliable to the player as a third party, that the setting is something that if things weren't going to shit would be someplace that you would want to be anyways. And that actually works really, really well. Like, it does a lot to add a sense of, like, even if things weren't completely fucked in a even more abstract and bizarre way, they were still incredibly fucked to begin with. You know, the setting is not one that is pleasant to begin with, just to live in, without weird, spooky bullshit going on. And it's kind of, you know, stressful nature feeds into the weird, spooky bullshit. It's good. It's very good. Trying to feed more into the triangle pyramid head of being described as the red pyramid thing. So, a lot more red on him. More rusty. I always imagined him being gross and rusty. Also, just credit where credit is due in Signalis's on Signalis's part. Just good ass art. The music is great in that game. Highly recommend it for the music alone. Boy, I kind of am doing something weird here with the shelf to try to give it a little bit more stability for the pad, and it's helping, but means I have to do some weird stuff with it every now and then. Ooh, 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 I like that effect. A little thinner. Get in there. Orcs are doing fine, I promise. Storks are probably my personal favorite design in the game. I like Colibris a lot from a presentation standpoint, but Storks design wise are just terrifying to me. in one of those cases of they already are pretty imposing, and then you start reading into their design and you start going, oh no! But they have the benefit of being really hard to discern. Like, you can't really discern what the Stork's deal is. That, in a certain sense, makes it kind of even more terrifying. I'd have to go back with a different shade of gray. We'll see. The thing about the xenomorph is while it has texturing, it's mainly very smooth. So I should go back with this kind of lighter gray in some areas. There we go. Kind of work it back in. I think I made him too dirty. I made him too dirty. Don't want to make him too dirty. And yeah, I mean, I would say this Halloween was good. It was good. October was kind of a crazy month for a lot of reasons. I feel a little bad. Some of my best laid plans didn't quite work out. I mean, they weren't even my best laid plans, honestly. They were just, I was hoping I'd get more, art stuff done in that month, and then the end of October just went to shit for me, man. I was not expecting it. Even a slight bit. I was not, I was already dealing with laptop issues, don't get me wrong, but I was not expecting my laptop to essentially be in the shop for half a month, only to get it back in, let's be honest, worse condition. It's not doing hot. And I'm, again, two minds of it. Do I just cut my losses? Just say, sorry, guys. But I feel bad a little bit because, they seemed pretty, like, what the heck? What the heck? Like, that wasn't their fault. Fully, anyways. At least I don't see it as fully their fault. Not everything was their fault. Just bad luck. Kind of hoping I would be able to get that screen fixed, but eh. Eh. Life. Such is life. Don't work, it don't work. There we go. Funny is, I think the alien would benefit most from, like, probably some highlights, but For now, I'm just going to continue doing this. Okay, that looks good. I was worried that texturing would make it look bad, and it actually looks really good. That texturing looks really good, actually. Doing it. I've gotten much better at like applying a medium to like actually get a texture now instead of just scribbling and scribbling and scribbling. Like me doing that felt really good and satisfying. I actually feel like I'm placing down textures correctly now. And I can get value out of that. God, that xenomorph looks really good. I'm trying to think of what's going to have the most texture, what's going to have the least texture, what direction the texture is going. I've just overall become much more mindful of that kind of stuff. Cute. Cute. We'll say the keyboard shortcuts feel really good on this. Clicky clicky. Yeah, if we're gonna at least a win, two W's to at least say to report from the end of October. Internet fixed. Haven't had one drop. Haven't had one. It's been still weird. I'll say that much. It's been like doing some of the things that the internet has always been doing, but at least it works. At least it works. Can't be that red. Has to be a different red. That red kind of blends it in too much. Yeah. Yeah, dude, that texturing looks really good. I really like that texturing a lot. I don't know if I'll do something similar for the other characters, just because it'll contrast, but for now, what we're going to do is we're going to add some shadows and see where we go from there. Why did I do it that way? Why did I not do it this way? I don't know why I didn't do it that way. Huh. Oh, slightly. I understand why I didn't do it that way. It's more of a logistical reason than a reason that is meaningful. Now, back. Now I get to do something kind of weird and difficult. Nope. Yeah, that's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of wing this a little bit. What I want is the light source to originate from the light. I want it to originate from the candle. I thought about trying something with that other thing, but I didn't like it. Perfect. Okay, yeah. That's exactly what I wanted to like kind of do. At least for like getting the lighting correct. Ooh, yeah. Like how that looks actually. What I might do, we're gonna do this. What color do I want this to be? Question. I'm gonna clear this. Change it. Clear. I can't. Damn it. Really hoping to. It unfortunately is not a clear layer. It's still technically a pixel layer, which is not what I wanted. Funny. Is what we want here is a light blue highlight on everything. This is where I was worried that it would be difficult to render, but I just gotta grit my teeth. It's fine. Just gotta grit my teeth. Now that's weird. Why is that acting that way? That was really weird. What the? Stop it. Stop it. What are you doing right now? That was odd. Fresco, why are you doing that? Fresco, stop that. Fresco, cut that out. And I want an outline. Glasses. Yeah, this is where unfortunately I'm going to get slowed down a lot just because of the limitation of the thing, but I'm not a weenie. I can be a big boy. I do want it to be somewhat contrasting, so I do want it to be enough that you can see it. But I don't want it to, like, overwhelm. The problem is I don't want it to overwhelm the piece. Like, if I do something like that, that's too much. But if I did something more like that, oh yeah. Spooky. Okay, yeah. Then I can go back in and, like, do different things, but that looks good. That's exactly what I was going for. So I need to go, this is kind of a test on me. So I'm going to go through we've got the shadow, we've got the shadow layer, and then we've got the light layer, is what I want. I want it to look something like this. Oops. Oops. And it looks really good. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Holy crap. This will be a lot of push and pull, but I think this will look really good when I'm getting into it. Like I said, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this. We're going to do, like, kind of, my more usual shading practice, and then we're going to go back through with this light, with this blue light over everything to give it like a highlight. And then I'm going to, I honestly just want to do like a shadow gradient, which I have some ideas on how I'm going to accomplish, but for now I just kind of want to put it in there. Just whatever. And unfortunately, the frustrating part is that, yes, this will go very, very slow. I have to, because right now I cannot afford... I have to be much more dexterous. I have to be much more dexterous with this, and the reasoning is because of a limitation that this is, that not only am I using... Not only is it just small, it's just a small tablet, I also have to use a particularly small portion of the tablet because of the way that my setup is. And I'm sure there's a way to lock it. I'm sure there's a way to lock this so that way I don't have this problem. I need to probably look into it in the meantime as a, kind of stopgappy, temporary solution, because right now one of the big problems I have is that I cannot... I am not limited to just this screen. I can technically go to all the other screens, and I really shouldn't be able to do that. I really shouldn't do that. I need to keep it on this screen. And so far, I don't have a way to do that. Though there might be some, like, driver options or a driver I could get for it that would allow me to constrict what screen it's on, because if I could find that, that would help immensely, at least for getting this to be more functional. Because again, part of the problem is I have to use about a quarter of the actual space that is already very small. Which is also why, like, if I got that screen, it would be nice, because then I could just actually use... all of the screen and not have to worry about that, since it would all be isolated to the screen as well. And it'd be on the screen, so I'd be looking at it while I'm working directly with my hand. I'm going to do my best with this. I think it is something that, for a short-term solution, definitely would be worth looking into, as far as getting that resolved. I'm a little surprised how well this worked, though. I'm glad it worked so well. Just was not expecting it to work that well. Certainly not that quickly. I thought I was going to have to do a lot more work, but I've been at least on a little bit of a... I've been on a little bit of a kick of just, like, getting it. I've just been getting it. I've been, figuring out some good processes pretty reliably, which is very satisfying and very encouraging. Ooh, blue. I like that I have control over that. I can really get in there if I need to. I think it should be we have like a faint layer, a faint blue layer, that the blue light is there. Maybe even have a little bit of that blue light coming off of Isaac's back as well. The nice thing is being able to turn it up like that will allow me to actually see it in other places to put it correctly and then tone it back down. What's funny is I have to remember, given the nature of the way that light works, they're not going to have as much as I am. But they still should have at least a little bit. Do that real fast. I have to lighten my one of the things that I've kind of mentioned with this tablet as well is I actually have to be careful of pushing too hard, because it's like a combination of something weird with the tablet and my arm getting like strained in a certain way where if I press too hard it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work properly. It like makes sense why it doesn't work, but it does make it a little bit frustrating. Be more like that. There we go. Give her a little bit more depth to her face. Yeah, something like that. And that blue. The blue's being a little bit cantankerous, I feel like. Wait a second. Oh no, that's right. Second reason I was like, wait a second, that's not right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Should mainly be around the edges of things. Understanding my own lighting mechanics correctly, it should mainly be around the edges of things. This is going to be one of those things that's like, they're kind of difficult for me to imagine. I'm just going to have to kind of wing a little bit. I just... What if I just... What if I just go for it? What if I just get in there, go for it, and clean it up a little? Yeah, I like that. That's how I have to. I'm just gonna get in there and get in there. You know, the classic guy. Just gotta freaking work it in and say fuck it. Light just does what the fuck it does, man. Light is weird sometimes. It just gets all over the place. Light can be a messy bitch. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I like that. I do think I like how the light is working so far. Ooh, ooh. We have a little bit more of a contrast here. Well, actually, this needs just the slightest bit of transparency. And then I'll probably, like, we have, you know, something like this, right? Like, you have the faint glow. What's fun is I could go, if I really was ambitious, because I would never be ambitious, I could do like a weird animated thing here where I could just have the light flicker. That would be fun. That would be fun. I might... Fuck. I could... I have ideas for that. But I don't know if I'll actually do that. That's a lot of work. Ooh, I have ideas for that. Oh, that's a lot of work. Such as the pipeline. Ooh, that would be a good idea. Oh, but it would be so much work. Actually, I have a couple ideas here, but I think we have to go with this. I'll go smaller. Something like that. Yeah. Solar burn ain't gonna do nothing. Lightning ain't gonna do nothing. My screen didn't do anything. Color dodge? Near dodge. Better color. Overlay. I'm gonna try something. Ooh, here we go. Now we're cooking with oil. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's hard to deny that that doesn't look really good. Here, we're gonna play with this. We're gonna play with that for a while, but that looks really good. I like these overlays. The more I've used them, I really like these overlays. They're quite good. I'm using them all the time in Premiere now too. I've really gotten on some shit, man. Hey, I'm just saying, if you guys want to see me do better art, if you want to see me do better art, because I want to see me do better art, the sooner I can get that drawing screen, the better. Right now, budget's looking about 300. That's what I'm shooting for. No matter what I get, I'm going to spend around $300, and it's going to be some kind of drawing monitor screen. And it would really it would be phenomenal. It would make me feel like I'm getting somewhere, to be like, okay, yeah, it's great. No buts, no buts. But no buts, no buts. I'm gonna try something here. Now that's tempting. I want to know this vivid light? No, that was hard light. That's interesting how the hard light interacts differently with different things. Like, that definitely needs to be lower, but it's weird that that one made it all blue. Oh, it's because the white light behind did a soft light. Huh. Yeah, I really like the way that looks, though. That looks so cool. See, this is where I'm like, this is what I was kind of like insinuating is like, do I really need to do any of that background stuff if I'm gonna do this now immediately? I'm just gonna darken back here. Like, you can't see this anyways. You're not going to really see back there anyways. You know? It's gonna be washed out. You're not really gonna see it to begin with. I don't know. I do not know. All that I do know is that I'm glad I can keep doing this no matter what. I am. I truly am. I'm grateful that I'm still doing this and that I still can do this and that I haven't needed to like really even do anything as extreme as like be like, well, I can't. I'm in a weird position that I guess unless you something really, really majorly bad happened, I don't see me stopping in a good way. In a good way. I don't see me quitting this anytime soon. No matter what, I'm still gonna be doing this, and I'm still gonna be here. I haven't disappeared. I haven't. And I'm glad nobody I'm glad that people are here too. It's been really rather great. It's been great. It's been surprising. We've had ups, we've had downs. This year in particular has been quite a time. But I feel like this isn't the first time either. I've had times where technology and technical issues demanded of me have exceeded my ability to produce. This has happened before. This has happened many times before. Probably going to happen many times in the future, but I've only gotten at least better at confronting them. At least a little bit. At least a little bit. Okay, this shade actually should be lighter because if I do what I want to do, what I want to do is do this and then make one more gradient. I want to make one more gradient that circles here that just radiates out. That's the last one I want. And I will probably have to pop it into Photoshop to do that, but I've never done that before. And I don't know how good it is. Surely Adobe is good at talking to its other programs like that. It's not going to be like, you made a change in one, so now it's going to hate the other. Because part of my. I think I'll just save that for last. I'm just going to be like, this is the last thing I do, no matter what. Same thing with text, because there was like a couple things I wanted to try with the text. That'll be the Isaac suit will be interesting because I actually have some ideas on what I could do with Isaac's suit. Because since it's more metally, I need to add a little bit more highlight to it in places, and I have some ideas on how I can do that. The light will also be interesting because he might have to have his own ambient light that I'll make that's separate from candlelight. Or I'll make it the same. I haven't decided yet. It depends on how it turns out. It depends on some stuff. One of the things I am concerned about, though, given my laptop situation, is the skeleton! The skeleton is trapped on the laptop right now. The skeleton is trapped on the laptop! He's trapped there. I'm really worried about it. I'm gonna try to figure out how to get the skeleton off the laptop, but right now, he's kind of stuck. He's kind of stuck there. And honestly, I might end up just being like, fuck it, I think I've got as much as I want out of that skeleton anyways, if I have to. So, if I have to, I'll have to just be like, skeleton's stuck on the laptop, guys. He's trapped there, can't get him out. He's imprisoned on the laptop. Don't know what to do about him. Poor guy. He's been banished. To the laptop. Never to return. Oops. James, how'd you get a mouth? Boy, I hope people do at least understand that Elster doesn't have... That's not her mouth, that's like her weird nose bar. I'm sure, listen, if you recognize any of the characters in this, I'm sure you'll understand, but some people might not. They might not get it. That's fine. This is something I've kind of learned to accept, is I am glad that I have the audience that I do, and that my goal is to have an audience who enjoys the things that I make, not have everyone understand everything I make. I've kind of understood, like, come to accept that, is I would rather make things the best that I can, the way that I can, that make them me, than try to make something that makes sense to everyone. If anything, I've been quite taught that a lot of things I make are not anything anyone really understands. Sometimes I don't even understand why I make the things I do, whether they be comedic or not. And that's fine. That's okay. Not like disappointed by that or anything. Yeah, that light blue effect is going to be very fun to add. And, yeah, like, honestly, I just need to make certain elements of this too dark to see, because it's the render. And I have the benefit of this being dark and spooky, so I can just hide things. Ha! See? Even in this modern day and age, when you can really make whatever you want, sometimes it's just better to cut corners like that when you understand how to utilize it. At least I will try to. No guarantees that I'll pull it off correctly. But that's part of the thing, you know? Take, for example, Silent Hill. Silent Hill probably would not be what it is today if they didn't have a graphical limitation that required them to be like, well, shit. What if we just hide half of the game in a very clever way? They did do it in a clever way. They did it in an incredibly clever way. No buts. The solution that they found for Silent Hill is quite good and crafty. Helped added to the tone of that piece of media. An important part of what makes Silent Hill, at least to me. Another selling point for if you liked the remake, I would say. If you liked the remake and want an incentive to play the original is a piece of technological wizardry. Let's be honest. That thing runs pretty damn well compared to the remake, because the remake, not very well optimized. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. At least from what I've seen, it does not seem to be very well optimized. So if you want the game to run better, like more consistently, definitely pick yourself up a PlayStation 2 copy of Silent Hill 2, because that game was made in such a way that it would run better, which I think is totally a selling point for the original, to play it for that. You know, to see the tech, if you are interested in video game history and video game technology, Silent Hill 2 in specific, well, not Silent Hill 2 in specific, but Silent Hill in specific, is kind of almost. It is a great example of how you impart limitation, or the imparted limitations of what you are working with will get you to work creatively to create a consistent tone that can actually be utilized for the piece of media that you are presenting. With the case of Silent Hill, the fog had a dual functionality. It was not just to make it spooky, it was also to help save resources on the PlayStation. And guess what? It looks good for it. A clever use of a limitation can be used artistically. It doesn't just have to be a limitation. And raising those limitations don't necessarily make things better, as shown by the remake. That I just think that whilst it looks really good, and it does look really good, and the fog is advanced, they didn't advance the technology. That's the problem. They didn't. They made really good effects, but didn't make them make sense for their original counterpart to a certain extent. I think they upgraded the fidelity, but they didn't. They did it in such a way that it actually has the opposite effect now, in my opinion. You know, it it means that you strain the system, when in reality they probably could have kept. They could have kept that. They could have made a large portion of the game be de-rendered due to the visual effects, but I get the impression that they don't. They don't. It's just in an Unreal Engine. And then they just put everything in and just assume that people's computers will run it. And that's the thing, is actually, technologically speaking, I think video games have an advantage and a disadvantage of understanding that they can be very resource heavy things. And at least from my perspective, the best games recognize that their resources are limited. That the resources are limited. And the Silent Hill 2 remake is kind of I would say for me, a fascinating kind of situation in which yes and no. The remake being able to allow you more of that fidelity makes the game look great unquestionably, regardless of aesthetic. But it does mean that it runs systems harder. It runs them harder. And is that a good thing? Is it a good thing that it runs them harder? And I can't say for sure. I cannot say for sure. So I was talking about that. That's kind of like now going into the topic of video game technology versus average systems and advancing technology, because Monster Hunter Wilds is maybe the first game I've seen that truly is pushing modern systems to their limit. Though I did get into a bit of a rant fest discussing it with, I believe, Shames. No, Sean. I was dead. See, listen. That was not me forgetting their names. That was me trying to remember who I discussed this with. I promise. I believe I was discussing with Sean that it's kind of a tricky situation with a game like Wilds. Wilds, very clearly, they are wanting to push technology objectively. I want to say they are objectively wanting to push fidelity. However, people have gotten used to very strong computers. And I think those people who probably made their first gaming computer are getting absolutely infuriated that their $3,000 or $4,000 rig can't run a game at ultra settings, and it's a new game. To everyone out there who's getting pissy about that, I think you're in the wrong. Here's why. Because technological advance has always been a kind of short sight of hardware design and game design. You see, for the longest time, the average consumer has had a computer that is weaker than usually the highest specs that any given game of its era can run on a PC. You know? It was Crysis at one point. Crysis was the game that no one but the highest end consumers could even run at all. And I think people forget that running on Ultra and running at all are two different things. Ultra settings are for when your rig is overpowered for that piece of media. Ultra is for when your computer is so much stronger than the hardware it was initially designed to run on. The reason why I bring this up is because people were complaining that their 4060s were making Wild look like trash. Now, that polygon effect, don't know what causes it. That could be a bug with the game. It's a hilarious bug, and I think it's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it should be in the game, though. Clearly, that's something weird going on with the graphics. I'm not in denial of that. However, after I did some tweaking, my computer didn't do the polygons anymore, and the game looked like utter garbage, but I got it to run. And that was on a 2060. And from my perspective, I see that and go, okay, my hardware is starting to fall behind, and I need to get slightly better hardware. If you have a 4060, I guarantee you, based on what I've looked at, because I'm looking at a 4060, you can run Monster Hunter Wilds. You just can't do it on Ultra. And you can't do it at uncapped frame rates. Because those settings are actually for hardware that barely exists. And we're pushing technology forward. That's my hot take. Like, there's a difference between my system can't run a game and my system can't run a game at its highest fidelity. I'm sorry. Sometimes, believe it or not, things get old. Even your new graphics card. And if your new graphics card could run modern games at their highest settings, looking at Monster Hunter Wilds Helldivers, the Hunt update. Technology is pushing forward. The technology in video games is pushing forward. I could barely run those games at medium. I couldn't run Wilds even at the low, or I could only barely run Wilds at the very lowest settings. So, you're out there, think Wilds is hot garbage because your high-end computer can't run it. That's at least kind of a philosophical thing that you have to grapple with, is the fact that they're wanting to make a game that's stronger than even that. They're wanting to. Your system could probably run the game fine. You just can't run it at Ultra. It's just a fact. And I think people should accept that. You run it at the highest setting that your computer can handle. But if it can't handle Ultra, then that's not a problem of the game, because the game's Ultra is that high. And I think Wilds earns it, because it's a really fucking good-looking game. I think people are so used to just dumping so much money into a rig that they can just do that, yeah, I genuinely think that they forget that kind of stuff. And this is coming, this is coming from a weirdly privileged perspective of being somebody who's never run a game at Ultra. Never have. Probably never gonna. It's just a lot of resource to have to dump into something that most of the games I play don't even benefit from that. I would rather a more steady experience than a better looking one, because if there's at least anything consistently, technologically speaking, that I am always going to at least strive for, is at least a consistent 60 and above frame rate. And at 60, I'm quite happy. As long as it can run 60, I'm happy, especially if it's a single player game. So, you know, video games are in a weird place technologically. They're in a weird place in that there is a lot, compared to every other medium on the planet, there is a lot of variance in presentation. There is. Presentation variance is hugely impactful on certain experiences. Kind of a fault of games is that whilst we have universal ways to play them, they are not universally made to be ran. Which is very odd. It's a very odd thing, right? Given the kind of like technological arms race that gaming has become, and always kind of has been. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I still to this day think that the argument of graphics versus art is twofold. I think it is shallow to maintain the idea that the best graphics is what is the only thing that matters. But I can attest, we have gotten some absolutely artistically fantastic looking games. Because the graphics have gotten better. And I like better graphics when the graphics can be used right. However, I do think it is a bit overstated as well, even on the opposite end, that you have to think about the allocation of the resources. And that's where maybe I'm biased because I'm a Monster Hunter fan. At least, I can admit that, at least there's a sense that those resources are being put, those graphical resources and fidelity are being put to a presentation that is supposed to be above Ultra for modern systems. Modern systems can't run Monster Hunter Wilds at Ultra as far as I know. Certainly not modern budget systems or modern standard systems. My system is not modern. My system is about 5 years old. Let's be honest. 2060s had this card for at least 6 to 7 years. I got a good lifespan out of it, honestly. I will say, I'm not complaining about my 2060. It's been doing good. But the 2060 definitely is not going to be enough to be able to handle games if games are going to start requiring the kind of level of resources that Wilds is going to, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Perfectly, if they're going to do things like what Wild is doing. Now, granted, I will say this rant comes through no discourse, actually, and I have to admit, much to my... What is going on? That was weird. Anyways, sorry, I have to... That somehow got stacked in there. That's what happened. No, go back up. I need it up. I need to do that. There we go. I don't remember what I was saying. Fuck! I have no idea. Oops. Gone now. Gone forever. I got distracted by something. If games are going the direction, or if there's any example of games going in the direction that they are going, the way that they have been going. Also, I don't know if there's a way to delete a group, but that was weird. Why not? Why wouldn't I be totally in support of developers at least trying to push their own resources? You know, why not? If they have the capacity to do that, why shouldn't they? You know? If they can make games that start taxing even the last generation of hardware, why shouldn't they? Because your hardware could still run those games. They just can't run them at the highest settings. That's totally acceptable. I think that is totally acceptable. The only concern I have is optimization getting a little bit understated. I feel like there is a problem of if games start going that direction, they're not going to optimize as much, which is not good. That's its own kind of issue. But it's kind of a philosophical problem, right? It's like, yeah, technology is going to keep getting stronger. They're going to make games that are going to take more resources. You're going to need a system that's going to need more resources to be able to run those games. Older systems aren't going to be able to run games even at their lowest setting if they demand just basally more resources. There was a time where I've got what, 32? I've got 32. How much RAM do I got? I got 32 gigabytes of RAM on my system. Yeah, you guys get to see firsthand. Yeah, I got 32 gigabytes of RAM on my system. How much am I using right now? There was a time where this was as much RAM as I had, and you definitely didn't need more than this. You know? So... hardware is in a very strange place, I would say. all that to say, I'm excited for Wilds, if for nothing else, because Wilds, it's the reason why I'm also like, there are two more kind of major, the two major things that I'm looking at within the next year at least, but closer to Wilds. Definitely first, that monitor, because illustration is always going to be too important for me to, at this point, not just go, I'm just going to have to start investing in it. It's something I need to invest in, no matter what. I'm going to be investing more in my illustration. That takes priority, actually. But as soon as I have that, the last thing is a graphics card. And I was looking at a 4060. That said, I have seen some real shit. Let's just say I saw somebody post an image of the 50 series graphics cards. And the graphics card had an AC plugin. I think it was an AC plugin. I actually know the term. But I think it was an AC plugin. At the back of your computer, at the back of your monitors, there's a funny little plug. Become a kind of the universal plug of computer systems for the power cord. The graphics card had one. The graphics card had power input. And I read the comments. Apparently that's real. Apparently the power resource drain of your graphics card is going to be so substantial for some of those 50 level cards that the power supply of your computer cannot supply enough power to it. Alone. I wonder if it'll be alone. I bet you will also still need to draw power supply from your computer, though that wouldn't make any sense. I don't know. In some ways, it's kind of a nice thing, right? Now you don't have to worry about power cords that plug directly into your graphics card. I've had to deal with that. If it just literally has its own power source. But how fucking strong are graphics cards getting that they also come with a built-in power source? Jesus Christ. So who knows? Maybe Monster Hunter Wilds is a sign of hardware technology that is going to be literally capable of shooting us into space. I don't know. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. You know, kind of wild that is even something fathomed that the brain can boggle at such a notion. I think that's neat. I just think it's neat. We're at a very interesting time, no matter what. All other things considered, obviously. Like, technology's at a very weird place. Technology in general is just at a weird place, I think. I think it's super exciting, personally, as somebody who's always had a fascination in technological advancements. Maybe everything I just said was such horse hockey bullshit that you're just like, what the fuck is this guy even talking about? Maybe I'm just sucking Monster Hunter Wilds' dick because I really like the Monster Hunter series and will justify anything that it does, good or bad. To which, at least I can meet you there. If you think it is a bad thing that the optimization that they are doing is, then you're not totally wrong that it is making already even the strongest, some of the strongest of standard and hardware at least slightly obsolete, though I think it is to be seen for me. Personally, until I plug in a 4080 and put it on its latest settings, which If a 4080 at its lowest settings does that, then buddy, I shouldn't have upgraded because my 2060 looks like that at the lowest settings. Just saying. The irony is the short-sightedness of tech heads to think that a resource is limitless or exceeds limits. Because I went online and was like, I need to upgrade this fucking graphics card. I was looking around, looking at 4060s, right? I go, why do people not get the higher VRAM 4060? Thread after thread I read, don't need it. Don't need it. It's overpowered. Don't need it. It's overpowered, not worth the extra 100. Don't need it. I'm sitting here like, guys, I think I need it because games are needing that much resource. Oh. That's just a fact. It's just a fact. It has, I think, again, there's this perception of, like, a lot of the appeal of making a rig, making a computer, for a lot of people, is, like, getting the most out of as little as you can. Totally understandable. I totally understand. You're talking to the guy who runs a 2060, a motherboard that he's on and off thought about replacing within the last year because it might have damage. Had to replace the power supply at least 3 times in the last, well, twice. No, 3 times in the last 5 years. The original case that he got in college that had a literal jet turbine of a fan in it. Oh my god, that thing was ridiculous. It went from the bottom of the case, or it went from the motherboard to the top of the case. It was insane. Or I guess the side, because top side, you know. Nah. I'm due for an actual computer. Put it that way. Like an actually new computer. But for me, I kind of accept that I'm going to need to upgrade at some point. You're going to need to upgrade your computer at some point. You're going to have to do something. Either make a new rig or get a new component for it. That, for me, is what has always appealed a computer to me, is once I can afford or need to upgrade to stay on the curve of technological advance, I fucking can. You fucking can. And do it for only the component price instead of the price of an entirely new rig, usually. And that's why I kind of take some umbrage and push back against any criticism like that would be heralded. Though I haven't. What's funny is I've seen all the memes about the graphics, and yet maybe I'm just not looking. Granted, I don't really look for arguments anymore. I'm sure somebody out there is arguing that it is dog shit, because everybody's arguing about something is dog shit. Regarding the quality at which the literal beta test of a game that doesn't come out until February ran like dog shit on their high-end computer. But that's reality. It's reality that you either need to adjust how you run a game or adjust your rig if it's not good enough for you. That's a personal decision. That's something that you have to decide based on what you want out of your experiences in any given piece of interactive media. If Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't run well enough for you, then you need a stronger computer. That, or you have to run the game within the limitations of what your computer can accomplish. And the fact of the matter is they've increased that, regardless of how good your computer currently actively is. These facts. Like, my rig was future-proofed for when I made it. And guess what? It lasted me a lot longer. Well, it lasted me actually a little bit shorter than I expected. I think I was shooting for like, well, no, I said maybe around 5 to 10 years, and it's been at least 5 years and not quite 10 years. So, yeah, yeah. I do think that the graphics card itself has a little bit of wear and tear. I think it isn't even that the graphics card itself is bad, but that the graphics card is just aged. Phones get older, even your graphics cards. Though they're pretty hardy, which still kind of blows my mind given the resource kind of implications of how I run. Technology is being technology, and it's advancing. I think people forget that. Or maybe they don't. Like I said, maybe this is just a rant of me wanting to discuss something that, philosophically speaking, is something that I think about. I have to think about it a lot as somebody who engages with the technology actively, constantly. We're at a weird spot with a lot of that stuff. Take, for example, Hunt Showdown. Game that ran great, that kind of doesn't anymore. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, how much of that is purely because of poor optimization and because of Crytek doing, honestly, what it is and should be known for, which is pushing technological levels. There's at least a philosophical argument there. I'm not going to, again, say that it's good for it, because they have of objectively taken a game that has run largely flawlessly and kind of put it in a trash can a little bit. That's its own kind of moralistic problem, but at least on a technological level, they're pushing and utilizing the technology that is available. So at the very least, we should at least recognize that it is something that they are doing, even if they are not in the right, or not doing it. And in doing it has caused more problems and actually kind of made a bit of the experience suffer. Especially for people who didn't need as strong of computers to run a game that before ran well and looked great. It looks better, but it don't run better. And it wasn't a sequel, it was just a upgrade to the game. Another philosophical kind of problem, I'm going to call it. I'm going to call it a problem, not because it's a problem from the standpoint that it shouldn't be done, but a problem of doing it causes problems, you know? It perpetrates issues to do it, not that doing it at all is a bad thing to do. Its consequences cause problems. In this case, the problems are your game that worked perfectly fine doesn't work perfectly fine anymore on computers that it worked perfectly fine for. Because you made the game too big. You made it too big. And how are those people supposed to feel? Because the game that they were playing, even technologically speaking, doesn't exist anymore. There are probably people out there who can't run Hunt Showdown anymore because the computer they were running it on could barely run it to begin with. And then they just said, well, you need to upgrade. That's awkward. That is awkward. That situation is different. Wilds is a new game. You could still play World. You could still play Rise. If you can't play Wilds. But it would be like taking Monster Hunter World and saying, instead of making a new game, we're just going to make World the new game. And you already own it. And you get it. So you get an upgraded game for free. At the cost of potentially not being able to play that game anymore because it can no longer run on your system because it is now too strong for your system. That is a gray area. That is absolutely a gray area. It definitely is not. And it's one that's like... It is one that is much more gray for its nature because it's not like we're being made to pay again for Hunt. The most recent update to Hunt was completely a la carte. It was completely included. It was an advancement of the game. It's a part of the experience, arguably. And in doing so, there's a very real chance that it has now put people in an awkward position of not being able to play a game that they really enjoyed and paid money for because it simply just doesn't work for them. Not even in a... it doesn't work anymore from a creation standpoint, but from a just benchmark standpoint. I don't know. It's a tough situation, to say the least. Especially with the onset of technology like DLSS and stuff. It also continues to get a little bit hazier because, you know, DLSS also helps lower the curve on accessibility to higher fidelity. So now you have to design a game that can utilize and take advantage of DLSS. But at what cost? And I've noticed, like, even DLSS is not bulletproof. It's not bulletproof and even kind of has some problems. It can run into some issues. It's its own kind of strange beast. I don't know. Technology is weird, man. Technology is weird and getting weirder. Times are getting weird and weirder. No? That's why I would say a lot of my criticism that I've spoken on today is still not just me abjectly saying yeah or nah, though I know I have done that before. I try to be better about that these days. Try to. I have my moments. I have my moments. Meh. Meh. That's what I'm going to say to it. Meh. That lighting effect does look really good. That lighting effect looks really good, and then what I'm probably going to do is, again, Like, that back door, I might add some details, but I think I'm going to leave it mainly matte. Just darken it. I don't want to... I don't want to paint that whole fucking door. That whole door is so... I might texture it. I might texture the door. I don't know. It's just a lot of work. A lot of work on a tiny pad that is hurting my hands, as usual. So yeah, I think that about covers everything that I could feel about, you know, current games technology. I have, like probably many people, no answers. And certainly, as the kind of person that I am, I certainly have just more of a philosophical perspective on the whole situation in general. Something that I think is still worth sharing, certainly. I think that amidst all the things that are happening in the world, technology is one of those things that's going to keep on trudging along until the human race just ceases to be able to make technology. And when that happens, there ain't gonna be no video games, because there ain't gonna be no people. Alright. Blue? I will say, I've really enjoyed being able to work on this piece this way. It's come out really good. I also feel like I've found something rather pleasant about this light and this lighting style. That said, I need to... I need to turn this off for now, because I need to be able to see what I'm coloring. That way, when I do the light blend, it works. No matter what it does not overlap behind. That's what's important to remember. This. Something like that. Yeah, that looks really, really good. And then, if I turn it down, slightest bit, that vivid light. Yeah! Dude, that looks so good! And then honestly, the only thing I need to figure out how to do is get that gradient on there. I just have to figure out how to get that gradient on there. I haven't decided. Really, the gradient should probably... This is one thing. I have two options here. This will be stupid. Either A, pop open Photoshop, make the gradient, then take that gradient, put it in here as a layer, or two, pop this open into Photoshop and put the gradient in it if it'll let me through the layers, but I don't know if this will save the layers. So, both would work. The prior is definitely going to work. The latter He's dependent on whether or not this will play nice with Photoshop, which, even though they're the same product, Adobe can be a little bit touchy when it comes to stuff like that, for whatever reason. Ah, crud. Ah, crud. I do like I do like this light effect I have settled on. It looks quite nice. It looks quite nice. The way that interacts with everything is very nice. Oh, is that for a second? Erase this for a second. Yeah, that looks really, really good. I like that. I'll probably add a little bit of like a little backlighting at some point, but yeah, I like the way that the light is like emanating from the candle. I really like that. I really captured that element of it, I feel like. See, this will be interesting because there's a certain element of this where if I really want to get the lighting right, I need to make a second lighting layer to get the light, because this is the candle light, and I need a lighting layer for Isaac's um backlight. His backlight and his helmet light and everything. That's going to have its own lighting source. So it really needs its own lighting source. It needs to be brighter a little bit. Needs to very slightly. Need to have it start reflecting off of these surfaces. This is where it's going to be difficult, I think, is figuring out how those light sources. What's funny is these have to reflect in very specific ways. Since they're their own light sources. Can't just put them willy-nilly like that. Yeah, something like that maybe. Make it a different light just in case. Or maybe a soft light. Just so that way it's like a little bit of glow. This is what I was saying is Isaac's suit is gonna be complicated as heck. Given the way that the light is gonna be radiating literally off of his back. Usually the simplest is best, so I don't wanna overwork it. That's for damn sure. It definitely should be subtle. It should not be a lot. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. To get into that layer. Good thing it uses the same color. I think what I do, rid of this shadow maybe? Since it makes light. There to be a little bit more of that. Leave it to Isaac's goddamn suit to have so many goddamn edges. Why your suit gotta be so jaggedy, boy? Why your suit gotta be so jaggedy, boy? The edges on this boy. This boy edges like none other. Something like that, maybe? Maybe? It's going to be one of the few places that you have kind of this situation of much more vivid white. It's since it's a metal situation. Very very carefully. Highlights to this man. Show that he has edges. Show that Isaac Clarke has edges, because boy does this boy have edges. Have I not spoken enough about how edged he is? Have I not spoken enough about how much I'm edging Isaac Clarke? Not been made clear. There we go. There we go. Add a bit of white to this. Show that it's got some light coming out of it. In fact, we might actually see... I'm going to experiment. I do think this needs to be on its own layer, but I might see how it fares with the same settings as this white light, the soft light. Except I'll make it a vivid light. Or hard light. Light. Linear light. Yeah, like that. This is the magic of highlights on metal. Is even in dark spots, you get a little bit of highlight, and it just makes it pop. Just makes it pop all that much more. Just gotta add a little bit. Just a little bit of light. Just a little bit of light. And I think we're gonna settle with that. Mainly just because, again, like, I tried a couple different things, and I think that that makes the most sense, even with how the lighting is coming out. Because light goes in a direction a lot of times, and if something is parallel to it, the light just doesn't reach it oftentimes. It just doesn't. I might be able to do something like this. We'll see, but I might be able to do a really faint line, and that would be it. Kind of show that At least there's some reflection there. But light goes in a linear fashion. It does not... It does weird things. See if I like this. No. Yeah, I like that. I like that a little bit better. Um... This is the difficulty of having two different light sources, unfortunately. Because I have to, like, really, really consider how these light sources are gonna mess with everything. Because they do mess with everything, seemingly. At least I'm using my brain more to draw. I didn't used to do that. Use my brain to draw. And I think that still looks good. It's definitely messy. I definitely need to clean it up a bunch, but it's looking good. Hmm. Ooh, spooky. Spooky. See, this is where I'm like, I definitely want to keep the shades. I want to keep these shades as just like normal shades, and then I want to overlay this with like one more like dark filter of some kind. Which again, I have ideas for. I definitely have ideas for. Like if I got a gradient, I think it would work best probably. Blend modes have been a sort of godsend for me for a lot of my stuff. I've also just kind of accepted that both tool-wise and the way that I work, it is for my best interest, actually, that I start working with layer manipulation. Like, it's what I am good at. I actually remember trying it in college and really liking it. I had some pieces that I got some really cool, vivid works out of because all I did was put down my base work and then just start fiddling with knobs until the knobs were where I wanted them. And God knows, some of them came out pretty freaking cool, honestly, for it. That there. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, that's what I wanted. For a second there, I was like, did I do the right one? I did do the right one. Yeah, he looks good. Lighting-wise, he looks good. Oops. The right one. Trying to decide. Yeah, maybe we do just have to go that way. Because the way that I have this going is there's very few just like rich colors. Yeah, I think we do it that way. Do have any? They're like up here. Yeah. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I gotta work on this. By this, I mean I need to work on my hand stabilization because I'm getting a little... You notice the lines are a little bit wibbly. I don't know what it is about this tablet, but I have a hard time drawing straight lines with it. It's a combination of the weird input that the tablet has and my own fucking hands. It's a bit of both. That's why I say, like, if I push too hard into it, it is hard to make a straight line. I don't know why. Like, here, let me demonstrate. Like, if I just do that, it's better. It's okay, right? Like, it's all right. Quick strokes are fine. Like, they're okay. If I try to hold it, like, if you can notice, it's got like a little bit of travel. I don't know what it is. I'm a little bit better at horizontal. Okay at vertical. It also just depends on where I hit it sometimes, because look. It's weird. It's weird. I like that I immediately proved myself wrong, and I was like, oh wait, no, I just am going too fast. No, I'm just going too fast. Who would have thought? Artist boy proves himself wrong. Is bad anyways. It's just bad anyways. Ooh. Yeah, I think that needs to be higher. I think it's a stronger light source, so it needs to be a little bit higher. Ouch! Ouch! You hurt the bones inside my hand cracking. It's fine. I do that every now and then. Make sure that they still work. Just kind of doing something like that. I love this little skeleton. He's just here to say hi. Look at him. He's just here to hang out. He's just like, it's me. I'm a skeleton. What the hell is going on in here? He's a good skeleton. He's a good skeleton. Just like the one inside your body, he's a good skeleton. Skeleton inside your body is definitely good. You should listen to everything that your skeleton tells you. My bones I don't listen. Whenever I don't listen to my bones when they're telling me important information, I regret it. My bones tell me all the time when something is wrong, and every time I ignore them, I go, I shouldn't have ignored my bones. Don't ignore your bones. Don't ignore your bones. They'll tell you things you wouldn't believe. Your bones know things that you don't. And it's for your best. It's in your best interest that you listen to them at least every once in a while. At least every once in a while. I can't guarantee that you should listen to your bones all the time, but you should listen to your bones at least some of the time. At least give some concession to when your bones are trying to communicate to you. Give them some time of day, you know. Oh, that. Oh, that'll look really good. And then with the white highlights, oh, this will look really, really good. And the thing is these guys are going to have a lot more light than these guys. These guys are just going to be darker. They're just going to be darker. Cover the butt. They're the spookies. They're the scaries. Gonna do that real fast. I'm like, I don't want to think about it right now. That's what we like to call saving it for later. That's what I like to call, I don't want to worry about that right now. Like I kind of predicted, I think that this is slowing me down enough that I'm just going to be working on this project probably a lot longer than I intended to. Certainly a lot longer than I wanted to. But I still want it to come out good. And it's just a fact of the matter that due to the limitation of the apparatus I'm using, I will have to slow down substantially. Matter of the beast kind of situation. Back to the matter. Fact of the matter is I just got to take my time more with it. That's okay. Still want it to be good. One of the biggest things I could probably do that's of service of me is to be like, hey, look, this is what I can do when I don't have my best equipment. I'm still capable of this, and if I had better equipment, I could do even more. Because it is the core concepts. Fuck, at this rate, I'm like, why don't I just use my mouse? I don't really gain that much more fidelity with this, I feel like sometimes, like a little bit, but for like areas that I can just fill in like this, I could just use my mouse a little bit even to give my hand a bit of a break. All I'm doing is coloring this in. Not doing anything that special. There it goes. There it goes. There. That shadow looks so good, and that light looks so good. The render on this is going to come out really good, I think. You know what? If nothing else, I appreciate that I can still keep doing this at all. And that I was just being apprehensive. I was just being apprehensive. I was worried. I was worried to a certain extent that having to use this old busted bamboo would actually substantially gimp my ability to work on this, like, considerably. I was really concerned about it. I was like, man, I'm gonna slug to a crawl and everything's gonna be harder and worse. Reality is kind of, but not enough to diminish the amount of fun that I'm having and how good this piece is still coming along. It's okay. This gives me a little bit better. This makes me also feel a little bit better and more confident that I can wait. I can wait on that monitor. I don't need it right this second. Not to say that I would be upset if certain life qualities improved suddenly that would allow me to afford a drawing monitor. That would be pretty nice. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Please, please. No, really. I should be fine for a while. I've got some other things, some other contingencies that I have in mind for certain life elements that will play an influence before I think I get to that point anyways. The nice thing about these creature designs is I really can just get in there, and since the light is specifically designed, I've specifically designed the light to only really shine up like this way. These guys are going to be much more obscured, and they should be. That's better. Ish. Better. Also, I'm just feeling better. I don't know. Last week really felt like I was thrown into a tumbler, to a washing bin, and gyrated heavily in an unpleasant and unenjoyable fashion. That's what last week felt like for me, a little bit. And I hope nobody else felt that way. I hope your week went great. Last week was its own kind of nightmare. Ooh. Yeah, I am liking a lot how this is turning out so far. I keep saying that. Why you keep on saying that? I'm proud of my work. Because I'm vain. Because the reality is I've always been proud of the work that I make. I just have been treated shitty about it. And I've always wanted to at least be recognized that I do okay work. That's all. Because I'm a very skilled individual. I am. I'm proud of that. No buts. I'm good at the things that I'm good at. Everyone should feel good at the things that they're good at. No buts. You should. If you're good at something, if you enjoy doing something, no matter how silly it is, you should feel good about it. That's why I like to joke that I'm proud that I can eat corn better than most people. Why shouldn't I be proud of that? It's silly, it's meaningless, and it's something that I'm able to do. I fly the Black Hawk in Bad Company 2 to such a proficiency that I flew it for 48 hours worth of gameplay in my hundreds of hours of gameplay of Bad Company 2. Spending 2 full days inside of the recording 2 full days inside the Black Hawk. I don't know anybody who does that. Nobody even likes those helicopters but me. I did that. I'm proud of it. Ooh, the way that shadow works does look very good, actually. And again, like, I really want to make it clear that the shadow... that they have less light, because they're farther back. That they have less exposure to the light. So overall, they'll actually have more shadow than even these guys. And what light does reach it will be like, ooh. Ooh. I will say this is probably one of my hardest lighting challenges I've ever imparted on myself. The lighting in this piece is very, very unlike most of the lighting that I ever really do. I've definitely gotten much more cognizant of how lighting covers things, which helps a lot, but this is not really the kind of lighting I've ever really done. Not much of it. I in college got a little bit more into lighting, but I certainly still struggled with it for a long time. Lighting can be difficult. I really want to, like, collapse that down a little bit, make it clear that it's... Again, you only get a little bit of the light through on any given piece of this. You don't get all of the lighting. The monsters should have less lighting than the subjects. They're in the background. Both stylistically and mechanically. They're in the background. The light just physically can't reach them as you. So they get less of it. Which makes them spookier. Ooh, I want to try something immediately. Hold on. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's actually really cool. Holy shit, that's cool. Here, we're gonna... color burn? Oh, ear burn? Darker color. See, there's a lighten, and there's a screen. Color dodge. These are all gonna make things that are lighter. Oh! It's so interesting how these light filters interact. Because It seems like the light filters handle light. They handle both light and dark, which is kind of incredible how they do it. I don't think it's quite what I want because it looks like the lighter parts still get too light. But that's still cool. That's interesting. Color burn is also weird. I don't know how that works. Yeah, that's cool though. That's really really good looking. I like that a lot. It's spooky. It's spooky. It's really spooky actually in a way. Dude, the alien. Oh god. I gotta start it now. Cause I just had that moment of like it feels like I flattened or I made the alien a mess. And it never occurred to me, oh, but I haven't put the lighting on him yet. I think as soon as I put the lighting on him, he's gonna do some shit. Ooh. 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 Oh boy. Ooh, that looks quite good. The alien's gonna be kind of an interesting situation where he's like the highest and the farthest back, so he's gonna have the least light on him. So I really have to take advantage of that. I'm gonna have to give him some highlights because he's a shiny bull. The kind of latexy quality of the xenomorph has always been something I thought was really cool. Aside from kind of the difficulty to make certain kinds of strokes, also this pen just hurts my hand if I push too hard, I noticed. It was like I was getting really in there and I was like, oh god, my hand. I don't know why. It's just a pen. Wouldn't be able to explain it. It's not even like because I know there are those friction gloves, but that's not what it is. It's not the side of my hand. It's my thumb and my finger. Like the way that I really like get in there, it like creates a lot of pressure. It starts hurting my hand. Ooh. Ooh. Oh boy, this is gonna be gonna be a fun one. It'll be hard, but I just focus up for a second. Really get in there and make some interesting textures with Xenomorph. Ooh, he looks really good. Tick. I'm glad it's not super loud, but there is something very tactily nice about how this mechanical keyboard just has it has a little bit of clacky. It has a little bit of clacky. It's not a lot of clacky, but it's a little bit of clacky. I like a little bit of clacky. Not so much that it's distracting. I will say, audio noise, I totally get James. It also bothers me. Really abruptive audio noise is like my biggest pet peeve on both sides, if that makes sense. Like, I hate knowing that I cause audio noise, and I hate audio noise distraction-wise, man. Just, it ain't good. Ain't good. And sometimes, the clackies are a bit distracting. As somebody who cares a lot about audio quality, noise is a huge part of that. Noise is... As somebody who cares about audio quality and has grown to care about it more, I'll put it that way. I didn't used to care as much about audio quality, I won't lie. But I certainly did care about whether or not there was a lot of background noise going on. Like, I've always cared about that. I've never, like, wanted to make a poor audio experience for anybody else that I was around. Because I've had many... I grew up in the Xbox 360 lobbies. Some people have no goddamn microphone etiquette. Microphone etiquette is super important to me. And the clackies can contribute to that. The clackies can contribute to that. Plus, this keyboard is just smooth. So dang smooth. At the very least, I'm definitely getting the lighting done today, I think. Because I've made pretty good progress on it, I would say. Certainly more than I was expecting, actually, based on how it was going. Xenomorph has been kind of a challenge in that I feel like he started off really good, and now he's like kind of actually at a part that it's really difficult, lighting wise, to figure out his deal. But I'll get it. I'll figure it out. But I like nailed him right off the bat. I nailed everything else about him, and now I'm just like, okay, now how do I get the lighting to actually work with his weird tone? Otherwise, he looks great, man. He came out really good. Like, really, really good. Look at this guy. Look at him! Came out so good. Something like that, maybe? Yeah. Just have to use it like an Etch-a-Sketch. Just have to use it like an Etch-a-Sketch. That's where I'm at. God, I will say Pyramid Head came out really good. Like, really, really good. I was worried about Pyramid Head too, and then now suddenly he became one of my favorite parts of this piece, honestly. I was really worried about him presentation-wise. Now he looks great, honestly. Ugh. Ugh. Oodah. $127. I might have to try that gradient thing here soon. As soon as I get the as soon as I get the lighting finished, which honestly, almost there. I'm almost there. I didn't think I would get this far with it. Not in one fucking sitting, that's for damn sure. Maybe I will finish this today. We'll see. If I get it to a finished place or close to a finished place, I'll probably finish it off stream when I have a lake. No, that's not true. I won't. I won't. Never fit. I don't finish work off stream. Come on now. I know me better than this. Because I'm working on something else. As we speak, I'm working on something else. Don't finish it. Never finish. Needs to be finished. Needs to be. Hello, Silos. Welcome back. Look how good this is, though. And I'm doing this on a freaking budget bamboo Wacom tablet that's over a decade old. I got this back in 2012. Look at the work I'm doing. Imitations are biting me in the ass, but at least I'm doing it. Man, that looks good though. That lighting is good too. And I kind of want to make it clear that the only lighting source is that candle. That candle is the only thing that's lighting up. Or what the only major lighting sources are the candle and Isaac's light. I might add maybe a pin light or a backlight, depending on how I want to do. Because I just want there to be like a shadow gradient somewhere, where essentially this is overlaid by some kind of like dark, like some kind of dark. Um, ugh. Like overlaid by one or two layers of dark. I either want it grading dark down, so like darkest at the top going down, uh, and then maybe one more going up. I don't know. Probably, yeah, that way. Like just like a big shadow over everything, essentially. Be nice. And otherwise, this render has been going good. I shouldn't have doubted myself. I was having a heck of a time the last couple weeks, given all of the technological failures and nightmares that I've had to put myself through. But I think it's largely been resolved at this point. There is one more. Shit. Ugh. I have to figure out when to do that. Don't worry. It's nothing important that I need to. That's worth mentioning. It's just something I have to do. No, not no. You son of a bitch. You'll never make me. The internet will never make me. Sorry, I'm too horny for that. Sorry, it's the God-given year of 2024, soon to be 2025. I'm in no obligation to hold back my proclivities anymore for my own mental health. I don't even know if I used the word proclivity right. Probably not. There we go. I will say, if I can complain a little bit, my hands. All this lighting is so hard on me. It's really, it's really, really challenging. Tough on my body, and it's tough on my soul. I can't that part. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. When in doubt, I have to zoom in more. Thinking about this lighting is kind of maddening to me. Just like I have to pay attention to where I actually use my fucking pen. Using the wrong spot, it'll look wrong. Bad. we go. There we go. What's funny is I can actually apply a little bit of geology to this because layers all work consistently the same in a certain sense, in that when you're working on light kind of works off topographical layers as well, right? Like it follows contours and stuff. And in cases like this, you want your layers to be consistent widths and stuff because they show different amounts of depth depending on how thick they are. Hey, I know. Don't you, I'm actually me, mister. Yeah, I know. You know what I mean, though. Because the contours of a map show the layers of the contours of elevation. And the irony is light follows contours very similarly. It does. I never thought about that. Until I was looking at this. Light does the same thing. It does. And it can be used stylistically to, like, block it out. But even blocking it out, that's how the light works. I'd never thought of that before until now. Or at least, I had never consciously thought about it. If I was doing it, it's just because I thought it looked right. Not because I thought about why it looked right. That is something that I will say is very difficult to do. And I think if you ever feel like you need to improve your art, a good piece of advice I can give is, if you do something correct, try to figure out why you think it's correct. Then you'll be able to innovate on it. You'll be able to expand it, understand it better. If you understand why it works, you'll be able to actually utilize it more effectively. It's also part of the reason why you can't just copy what somebody else does. You have to understand how or why they do what they do. At worst, or at best, without trying to understand it fundamentally, or at least impart your own understanding upon it, you make something that just does what that thing already did. And at worst, you miss the point. Hot take. Oh, I see what's... Wait, no? That wouldn't make sense. Why is that on the wrong layer? That's why. I was wondering why that wouldn't work. I was wondering why that wasn't working. Figured it out. I figured it out. Excited to see how this will turn out. I have no idea. What I find interesting about this kind of light study that I've stumbled my way into is how weird certain kind of lighting, such as this, like lighting effect wise, can make a difference in the way that it's making a difference. Because I have to like treat the light as like a complete entity of in and of itself almost, that it like just envelops consistently no matter what. You either have to go all the way or don't use it at all. This is what I'm learning with light because I've struggled with that. Sometimes I've wondered why wanting to add a little bit of light never seemed to work for me. And I think I'm realizing because in reality, light, you kind of just have to use it or don't. You use it or you don't. I never knew that. I never realized I was not utilizing light correctly for that. Especially in cases like this. And it's just kind of a thing that you just put on over other things. I never do that either. Hmm. That's me getting lazy. Like, put it on there. No, it looks bad. Now I have to fix a bunch. Now I have to fix a bunch. I shouldn't have done that. I'm fine. See, now I'm starting to get scribbly. I'm not thinking about how I'm applying the light. I'm just putting it in there to be like, get it in there. And guess what? It's not working. I actually have to use my brain, even though I don't wanna. Sometimes you just don't want to use your brain. Sometimes I just don't want to use my brain. Combination of my brain and hand gets a bit finicky sometimes, and I just don't wanna. Sometimes I just want to scribble it on there. Say no, it's in. Can't. Can't. I have to be responsible. Do that. Just look. How does that look? That actually looks quite good. I see what I did there. I see what I did there. That blue light does work quite well, I have to say. And then what I need to do, I need to go to that highlight layer. Yeah. White. I need white. I need to start utilizing the highlight layer. Stuff like this. Just add a little bit there. Then this will help also. Contrast some stuff. And give it a little bit more dimension and give it a little bit more character. Still don't know if I want to do hair highlights with it. We'll see. Hair highlights would be like that and that. Not on him, be on her. That. Highlights are weird. Highlights are a little bit weird in that you can kind of go. They're also like an all or nothing, right? Like you either don't use them or you use all of them because one by itself almost never feels right in certain situations. Like especially with hair and stuff, it's like as soon as you start highlighting hair, you're just like, I gotta do all the hair, and you're like, fuck me, I don't want to do all the hair. Like that. Like that's just too much. I'll do some highlights, but it's just not worth it otherwise to do it in places that it's not going to benefit it. That would be a good highlight. Yeah, that added a little bit. Add a couple of whitenings here. Whitenings. Here, 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 here. Add a little bit more contrast. This is the part of the render where I go, how much do I want to put into this shit? And I go, not as much as it's gonna take to make that look good. Which is always tough with situations like that. It's always really difficult when it comes to situations like that. This guy, however, he's gotta have highlights. He's got to. Alien all about weird little bounces of light off of his shit for texture. Light bounces off him like a freaking. Light bounces off him like, I don't know. Ball being dropped from a 10-story building. I ain't got nothing for that one. He's a shiny boy. He has a lot of contrast in him. It's that latexy feeling that I was talking about earlier that the Xenomorph has. But it should just be enough to just be in there. Definitely going for something much more subtle. I don't want all sorts of highlights to overwhelm it. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good. Oops. Window key. Darn, I hit my accidental macro to instantly delete System 32 by accidentally hitting the window key and the function key. Why would that even be on your computer? I don't know. It thought it would be funny. I mean, my cat did find the button to not only turn off my computer, but also find a way to turn off my computer so thoroughly that it almost ruined everything. I was like, how? How? My computer has a hard time turning off on its own if I leave something running in the background. How did you find the one button that overrules all of that? It made no sense to me. Was thoroughly impressed with his capacity to find that. I was like, I can't fucking do this, buddy. How did you do this? Oh, yeah. Yep. Those highlights look good. Is that your macro for being able to delete System 32 on the fly in a pinch if you need to? Just have it on hotkey. Delete System 32. Are you really a PC user if you don't have delete System 32 on a quick macro input? Are you really? Do you really actually know how a computer works if you don't? Oh my god, that looks good. And it hurts my hands. And this hurts my hands. That xenomorph, because the xenomorph is weird. The xenomorph is very reflective, but also kind of like light absorbent. That's what makes it such an interesting design, right? Like it's almost got a weird quality to it that is like almost a natural form of like light absorbent camouflage in that light can reflect off the xenomorph. It definitely can, but it also doesn't really like to do that. It doesn't like to do it at the same time. Which is why this will look really good because like, oh, I was like, oh, I can't add that much harsh light to it. But what I can do is start my like this lighting layer right on it. I want to test something. I want to see how this will look. because even though I have like little bits of it, it still should. Wide. Take my time with this. This can look really good. Just have to take my time with certain elements of it. Yeah, that'll look. Oh, that'll look good. Oh, that lighting will look good on him. Never mind. We're good. We're in business here. It just had to be very cognizant again of how the light actually wraps around it. It's all or nothing. It is what I've learned when it comes to lighting is you kind of have to go all or nothing with it. But, whoa, that looks good. Oh, that looks so good. Lighting is a game of all or nothing. This is what I have learned from this particular experience is lighting can be a bit of all or nothing. That looks so cool though. That looks so cool though. That better? Is struggle. This is the struggle right here. But I definitely like it. I definitely like that lighting like that. I like that it lights him up like that. That's the right that is what I want it to do. What it's doing right now is exactly what I want it to do. That's for damn sure. There we go. Damn, that looks good. Holy shit, that looks good. Just wasn't expecting it to look that. I don't. I've been cursed. I've been cursed. I've been cursed with a different curse. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I unintentionally signed a pact with the devil or something. I don't know. I feel like I would have remembered that. I don't remember consenting to it. I like it. I don't actually know if I will. I don't think I will. No. Doesn't make sense. In fact, I might have to go and darken that. That's not how the lighting works. But that looks really damn good. I really like how the how that blue shines off of his skin. It looks so good. It looks so good. I was not expecting that. Maybe something like that? Maybe something like that? I'm trying to decide. But I definitely need to add more of those white highlights to him. But that blue looks really good on him. Like, really fucking good. I was not expecting it to look that fucking good. That's so awesome. That is so cool. I love this candle effect I've started. Like, I really do. It's come out really, really good. I'm gonna hop over to something else just to work on something else, but all things considered, this has been a genuinely pretty positive experience, as far as I'm concerned, regarding the quality of the work that I'm producing today. Some real high quality shit that I've been up to today, it seems. It's up to snuff. Triangle face. Oh my god, that looks... Oh boy. Oh, my hands are getting tired. But hey, I am gonna make it an hour today. I am gonna make it an hour, or I am gonna make it 5 hours today, I think. I am a little bit on the fence. I think Thursdays I'm gonna change a little bit, just because, let's just say I have incentives. I just have incentives, but in reality, I need to consider how I handle my Thursdays on the whole. Like, I already do an earlier stream that doesn't last as long on Thursdays. I should do the same thing for my day stream. I just should. I should not try to squeeze everything into a 2-hour slot. Too stressful. Doesn't give me time to do other things. Doesn't give me time to make a better dinner. It's just not good for me. And I definitely need to do that. And I will be doing that probably Thursdays, where we'll be ending a little bit. Thursdays and Tuesdays, we're going to be ending probably a little bit earlier. Well, Tuesdays will always be between 2 and 3, just depending. But Thursdays, I think, will be 2 o'clock now. It'll keep me from getting burned out on Elden Ring faster. It'll keep me from getting tilted. It'll help give me more time to be ready for the evening, and it'll just be better for me. Still need this to be good for me. Because I'm working hard. I know I'm working hard. You know, there is no lack of hours that I am putting into this. That's for damn sure. But I also have to make sure, you know, that I'm not actually breaking myself. Just a little bit. Interesting situation I put myself in. Interesting situation I put myself in with this, but I'm working on it. Like I said, with a lot of things like this, it's really just up to kind of all or nothing. I can't half it. I can't half ass it. Fact. That down. I don't know why the end of that playlist is so long. As in, like, I don't know why it's nothing for so long. Just silence. Haircuts for boys! I do like me my haircuts for boys. They're good. Interesting. Yeah, that the lighting works with it. Oh no, it does make it lighter. About to be like, I don't know if this does anything. It does do something. It ever so slightly does something. Okay, and then actually, I need to go to this one. Add a little bit of blue light there. A bit more blue light here. What's funny is I need to add slight streaks here-ish. Again, they're not all these things are not like in their own. All the light and everything is bouncing off them together. They're in the same space. They're not inhabiting their own spaces. Mr. Isaac's head generates light. Mr. Isaac's head generates just the slightest amount of light. Light bounces off things. There we go. Perfect. Oh, it does. It does. It does, in fact. Oh my god. My bones. Me bones. If I don't finish this today, I definitely will want to do like a cleanup day. Like like I said, I either will want to do a cleanup day on my own or do a cleanup day just like as the last thing that I do for this, because I don't think there's going to be enough to do a whole stream of it by itself, so I'll definitely have something ready to draw instead. But I definitely want to do like a cleanup day of this since I want it to look good. I want it to look good. And so far it looks pretty damn good. Actually, I really like that light effect, by the way. The light effect render is coming along very nicely. Much better than the one that I even had originally originally experimented with. I'll be specific. It's not the one that I wanted, it's the one I tried. Because the one I wanted is the one that I'm using right now. If it was the one that I wanted to use, I would be using it. And I just was trying it and was like, nah, that didn't work. It was perfectly fine. Like a little bit back here, but not much. If there's anything I've really pulled from this is like just a better understanding of how light kind of wraps around and onto things. That's something I've definitely pulled from this. Is like directional light. Again, I feel like I've always known about it, but I've never really considered what direction light comes from. I always just kind of was like, shades, lighting, it's done. And now it's coming to. This is something that's reoccurred in my life every time it's happened. I get lazy about a concept, then I start doing it and go, wow, it looks good. Or wow, I can do it. You know, like that was me in color. That was me in certain shapes. That was me in form. That was me in uh line art. Like I don't know why it's easy to be like, I can't do that. It's hard. I don't know why it is, but it is something worth overcoming. It's always something worth overcoming. Because now that I'm thinking about lighting, look at this shit. Look at it. The results don't fucking lie. I should have been thinking about my lighting sooner, because I can do it, and it's something that I enjoy actually doing. And it makes my work look good. Lighting is something I've always liked. It's like something I've always had an interest in, but I never really tried to study it. I just kind of was like, whatever. I didn't think about specific ways that lighting interacted with its environment. I just didn't. Not something I considered. Do the hard work. That's what this is. The moral is do the hard work. Always do the hard work. Because the hard work will always be worth it if you want to pull something from it. If your intent is to actually glean some insight from it. It's always worth doing. Because, yeah, those just little bits make a big difference. They make a huge difference in how that looks. So much so. Oh, that looks so cool. The xenomorph still is just like, ooh, I did that so good. That sound is me being completely awestruck at the thing that I did. I just... What the heck? What the heck indeed? Why the heck? How the heck? Nandanen! Nandanen! I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Probably not. I'm not Japanese. I don't speak Japanese, guys. I just know very few... I know very few worthless Japanese phrases. And as Sean pointed it out, the amount of... if you're... Because we were talking about Tokimeki again. It's a damn shame that that game has not gotten an English localization, because your alternative is just learning how to speak Japanese, which... Have fun learning Japanese for the next 2 years just to be able to engage with media, which to me is like, I don't know. Also, knowing a second language can be quite useful, just saying. So, I mean, can't live my life the same way that everybody else does, you know? But no, you know, learning a second language can be quite useful. I did try to learn German, and it was quite... What's ironic is learning German helped my English more than anything else, because I was really bad and lazy about it. And I've definitely gotten much better at English since then. Including because I learned German, so... Ooh! As a stretch, so that way I can feel me bones. Get back into place. That would go something like that. Funny is, you'd have a little bit of, like, a mattering. Just like a little bit. Just like a little bit. Not much, but enough to be there. What I'm saying, man, I'm seeing the light as it, like, transfers across multiple surfaces and subjects. That's super useful to, like, learn how to do. And it ain't easy. It is not easy to figure out. God, that looks really good, actually. Holy shit. In fact, I need to... This is a little bit too much. I either need to go one way or the other with it. That's where I'm at with this part, is I need to either make this less or make it more. And I think I'm gonna go try less first. Less might be the ticket. Less might be the ticket that I'm looking for. There we go. This goes down that way. This goes up a little bit more light there. That? Yeah, I like that. I like that. It's more highlight. Make it shapy. Make it shapy, maybe. Make it shapy, baby. Been listening too much Caleb from Blood recently. He's infected my brain. Don't ask why I've been doing that. It's a secret. He has infected my brain, though. There we go. I like how that actually covers up a lot of the texturing too, so it makes it even harder to discern what it looks like. That also helped a lot with the with Metal Hat's stuff a little bit. Metal Hat. Mr. Metal Hat, why is your hat like that? Mr. Metal Hat, why do you have a triangle for a head? These are the questions that I've always wanted to know. Why are you called the Red Triangle? Why are you called the Red Pyramid thing? That's not your name. Nobody calls you that. Why do you go by Red Pyramid thing? Nobody calls you that. I mean, I guess if his name is Red Pyramid thing, nicknames aren't your name just because they're attributed by somebody else. But then again, popular media would lead me to believe that that's not the case either. What if it's a very Osaka situation where somebody called him Pyramid Head once and he was like, "What did you call me?" Oh my god, I have to make that bit now. This is how I feel. It is how I feel, though, because I'm just like, why is he called that? Nobody calls him. Who called him that? Who was the first person to ever call him the Red Pyramid thing? Because certainly nobody knows him as the Red Pyramid. I didn't know him as the Red Pyramid thing. I've known him as Pyramid Head. Always known him as Pyramid Head. Will always know him as Pyramid Head. Even just knowing that he's called Red Pyramid Thing in the canon of the game makes me want to call him Pyramid Head even more. Because he's not Red Pyramid Thing, he's Pyramid Head. He's Triangle Face, damn it. He'll always be triangle face, whether he likes it or not. I like the way that looks. That looks quite good. Highlights do a lot for a render, man. Add a little bit more personality to everything. A little bit more contrast. Just a little bit more contrast to everything. Selecting. Why are you selecting that? I didn't tell you to select that. I didn't tell you to select that game. Game, come here. Alright. It's 2:30. Let's experiment really fast in the last 30 minutes. Like I said, I don't think I'm going to finish this per se, but we can experiment here for a second. Hold on. Come with me on an adventure, everybody. We're opening up Photoshop whilst Character Animator and Fresco are open at the same time. Hopefully my computer, and OBS, hopefully my computer doesn't decide to tank the entire bed. Wee! My boy. It's fine. At least it should be fine. I'm still alive. Right now, I'm embarrassing my cat. Showing him affection live on the internet. Mm-hmm. Squishy monster. The squishiest monster. What are you doing? The ability for cats to just be able to squeeze in and out of every thing and turn their bodies into those. If you remember, they're like the little like the Slippy toys. I don't know what they're called, and frankly, we all know that once we're adults, they're inappropriate. But it's the ones that like they're like a sleeve. They're filled with like a liquid, and when you hold them, they like slide up and down out of your hand. One of those guys. Cats are like that. I said open Photoshop. There you go. Now here's the thing. I don't know if I can open this up in Photoshop and just do the thing. So what we're gonna try first is that. And if I can't do it, which I don't expect to, though it did save this. Alright, so that's promising. Oh, ignore this. I'm gonna turn that off. Okay. Interesting. It did. Saved all my layers. That's very convenient. Make one layer above. And this should actually be quite easy. Gradient tool. We're gonna do that. Just a test. This is just a test. Maybe circle tool? Oh, other way. Oh, other way. Really? Is that how I have to do it? We're going to do this. And I'm gonna hope that it just works. So yeah, it's gonna be something like that. Maybe more like this. Maybe. More like this. More like something like that, maybe. More like that-ish. We're going to get a darker color. Okay. Oh, higher. This is called laziness and consistency. Ooh, it's even better. Sorry, that was the moment of, oh. Okay. It's between linear and vivid. That's pretty hard to choose. That's pretty cool. That's just metal as fuck. It's not what I want, but that's pretty metal. I mean, linear is really good. Linear is really good. Like, I did not expect linear to work that well. But that is exactly what I was looking for. Oh my god, that looks good. That's like perfect. That's like exactly what I was looking for. Oh man, it's hard to choose. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with linear light. That looks so good! Holy shit, that looks good! Woo! Guys, I'm like a professional artist now. Look at this. I'm like a professional artist now. Look at how good that looks! Holy shit! I was not I wasn't expecting that to work so well. I genuinely am like, oh my god. What the hell? How did I do that? Oh my god. We're gonna save it, right? I go back here. Back in fresco. Back to work. Damn. Damn. It's hard for me not to just be like, I'm done. I'm done. We might be finishing today. It's hard for me not to be like, no, this is good. Like, that's like perfect too. The irony though is if there's anything that needs work, it's gonna be the door. It's the background in the door. 'Cause that's perfect. That's like exactly what I want it to be. I just have to figure out how to do the rest of the door. The door is going to need texture work. That's just a the things that need the most work right now. The door needs some texture work, just like some. I don't think I. What's funny is like I wasn't even expecting like the lighting on the windows to work that well. I don't need to do those top windows anymore. Or if I do, it's going to be very slight. There's going to be a little bit of texture. God damn. Holy shit, I was not expecting that to just immediately just work. Just worked. Exactly how I wanted it too. What's funny is I kind of imagined the opposite way a little bit. I thought for some reason it would like be darker near the bottom going up, but that doesn't make sense given the light source. And yeah, the only challenge now is figuring out a little bit on that, and that's fine. In fact, like another challenge would be maybe taking like an ultra soft brush and like maybe nope. No, I don't want that. I definitely want this to be the way that it is. I just have to figure out what to do with the rest of the door. I just have to texture the door. I'm gonna have to texture... Guys, I'm gonna have to texture the door, and I really don't want to. I'm gonna have to do this, probably. Yeah. But holy crap, though. Holy shit, though. This made me want to puke. This piece makes me want to puke. That's how good it is. You ever just do a piece so good it makes you want to puke? This also answers a question that I've been burning to answer, which is how viable it is to switch between these. The answer is completely. Now I can do stuff like this, maybe. Oops. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I just want to add a stroke. White. Or inverse. Well, we'll try white first, actually. That. Up to 20. Big. Oh, I see what's happening. That's so fascinating. Blend modes, the more I mess with blend modes, the more I'm like, that's so weird, man. Yeah, we'll go with 8. I like that effect. And now maybe I can add the Happy Halloween. I didn't have Happy... I was worried about it, but now I think I actually can. So what I find interesting is... Huh. Where's my other... Oh, wait. It would be considered a signature. It would... Yeah, that makes more sense. Give this a stroke. Same. What? Not... Oh, that's why I was selected off of it. Oh, that's too interesting. That's too much stroke. This needs to go down to a 6, I think. Nope. Even less than that. Maybe this is why you don't stroke your signatures. This is kind of an interesting situation. I'm experimenting with it. I think it's fine, but definitely not what I expected. Then this one should be 8. No, it shouldn't be 8. Yeah, it definitely has to be underneath it. Ah, that's not what I wanted to move. Damn it. Stop it. This is a pet peeve of mine with modern Photoshop is modern Photoshop gets really finicky with certain things like this, where it's like, I want to move that. And it's like, why do you want to move that, Photoshop? It's not what I want you to move, Photoshop. Just in time for Halloween, everyone! Send your Halloween postcards! Boy, if I was smart, I would have made this in time for Halloween. Or talented. Or skilled. Or not have my entire life's technology fall apart at the same time. Let's be honest. I was close to getting this done before Halloween was finished, but no! All my shit had to break. That's just me bitching. That's fine. At least I didn't quit. At least I didn't quit. God damn it, that looks good. And then all I have to do is go back here. Yeah. Fine, that doesn't work that way. Wait, what? That works out. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why did that work that way? But why did this save? Why did it rasterize all of my layers? Or I don't know if rasterize is the right term, but okay, we're gonna mess with that later. Oh man, I almost lost a lot of work. Actually, I almost lost a lot of work. You know what? I'm glad it didn't completely fuck me. Because it almost completely fucked me. At least now I know if I'm going to do that, that's the last thing I'm going to do, is I'm going to do the text last. Because everything else, that's fine. That's so weird! I don't understand. I really don't. I don't know how it transferred. Huh. Magic. But it is what I was worried about. Like, no joke. That was what I was worried about, was something like that happening. Am I stupid? The reason why I ask if I'm stupid is if I drew the bull on the door in a way that isn't right, but seemingly not. No, it is solid. God damn it. Gotta do that now. Or I forget. Or I forgore. This layer? No, it's not that layer. Not that layer, oh, this layer. Yeah. Essentially, that back leg is filled in. That back leg is filled in. Look, that looks better too. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Right? Blending effects. Learn how to use them. I'll save you a lot of time. I'll save you a lot of time. I'll save you a lot of time, and I'll make amazing results. As well. I'm learning this quite steadily. Hot diggity dog. Think this like this. God, I'm gonna have to draw all those bars, and I really don't want to. I really don't want to. Probably gonna have to, based on the way that I've drawn this. This is kind of an idiosyncrasy of the medium that I'm using, but there is like a little bit of I can't tell if my board is being weird or if I'm being weird as far as like control of certain lines and stuff. Because like I'm like, oh, there's a little bit of jitter, but I'm also like, but is that jitter just for because my hands are tired? Probably. Probably. Yeah, the bottom half of the door is its own challenge. Oh my god, I'm really gonna have to do that, aren't I? I'm really gonna have to draw that door. I put so much work into the top half of the door, thinking it would be the thing that people see the most. And the irony here is that it doesn't fit with the lighting, and I'm gonna have to draw the bottom half of the door, and I really don't want to do that. It's just a lot of work. That thing. Up in here. I just need more slivers of just like a little bit of light. And think about how the light directionally hits this. Hits it from that side, not the other side. Oh, that's so cool! Somehow the blending gives it this weird green effect. God, that's so awesome. Hola, everybody. I'm like a real artist. Oh, my hands hurt. My hands hurt. My head's fine, but my hands hurt. I was about to say my head hurts, and that's just a lie. My head's fine. Doesn't even hurt. My eyes hurt. Kind of. Remind myself if I'm blinking enough. Okay, we're gonna do one more thing. We're gonna save this, right? I'm gonna test this and hopefully it doesn't break everything. We're gonna open up Photoshop one more time. Weirdly, oh, first off, right. There's that. We're gonna go to this layer, right? We're gonna go back to the gradient tool. First thing I'm gonna do, just like, no, why is that? The fuck? That's not the gradient I had before. Why did you change my gradient? Gradient. Sorry for blinding everyone and hurting my eyes too. Perfect. Like that. To balance it out a little. Needs to be like that-ish. Oh, looks good. Oh, looks good. Why do I like vignettes so much? It's because it just works. It's just because it works. Never mind, guys. I don't have to draw the bottom part of the fucking door. You can't see it. Yes! Now here's the scary part. I'm gonna save. Okay. Okay. I must have hit something earlier that accidentally did something weird, but yeah, it's just working. And oh my god. I don't know why I even thought of that. I was like, I feel like it just needs it needs shadow from underneath too. This makes me want to vomit. So happy. This makes me want to vomit out of joy. Yeah, there's like a couple spots that I need to like fix some stuff up, but yeah, looks good. All right, all right, we're gonna call it there. Well, one more thing we're gonna test, I guess. I'm gonna test this one more time and see if it like was just being weird or what. Stroke. Yeah, stroke of 6 is fine. No, you're not blocked. You you're not blocked. You goblin. Is it because of the effect? It might be because of the effect. It's just like, you've done it now, buddy. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Or... At least it saves it under a different one. Thank God. Yeah, that's perfect. I just want it to be enough that it's fairly subtly there. This is back up to 6. Yeah! Nope. Once again, gotta do this. There. Like that. Yeah. Then, if I hit save, it just... I guess it just freaked out. I guess it just freaked out. Oh no, now did I fuck everything up? Might have fucked everything up, guys. Guys. Oh no. Oh jeez. Can I at least? Hold on. Do this. Now we save. I mean, it slightly makes sense. Okay, okay. The effects break it. The effects break it. So I need to make a version that's okay. That's the text version that you export out of Photoshop. Oh, thank you, Adobe, for being good enough that you didn't destroy all of my work. God. Well, guys, definitely, we're gonna call it here. Let me put this all back. Yeah, we'll end on this. We'll end on this. There you go. Look at it. Good work. I did. This is one step away from finished. I think I just need to do some cleanup, but fuck. This came out really good. Like, really, really good. Like, holy crap. Happy Halloween, everybody. On November 11th, happy Halloween. So, I'm going to go ahead and start closing down the stream. But before I do that, we do one more thing before the end of the stream, and you guys get to participate. How so, might you ask? Quite simply. If you want to be able to participate, start typing now. I'm going to open up Bing Create, which is an image generator, and I'm going to utilize whatever chat says as a reference for a prompt to generate an image. And then I share that image at the very end of the stream. Could be anything, could be topical, could be non sequitur, doesn't matter to me. So let's get started on that picture. Finally, being one step away from finally completing Halloween. Yeah, I'll give you guys a minute. In fact, I might take that minute to go to the restroom. I will. I'll be right back. Whatever you guys say, I'll use. If not, I'm gonna finish it myself. Alright. Being one step away from finally completing Halloween. 11 days into November. November since my laptop could not finish drawing the ghouls away. You better like the word ghoul, I'll be mad. Internet, you better like the word Bing, you better like the word ghoul or I'll be mad. Alright. Alright. So, stick around till the end. We also do a bit of a closing bit. We do raid after every stream, so that way the daywalkers in our chat can keep watching. Just everybody else out there, make sure to go unlock your doors and windows, because it's no longer lunchtime for daywalkers. But thank you for joining, everybody. I hope you had a good time and you enjoyed the show. If you're able to join the live show, thank you for stopping by and chatting and watching. If you're watching this in the future, thank you for taking the time to go back and rewatching the VOD. We appreciate it. If you're out there and you enjoyed this and you want to see more of what we're up to, I recommend scrolling down below and following or clicking any of the links. There's a link to an Instagram, a Facebook, a Twitter, and a Discord. We post when we go live on any one of those platforms. Sir. Post when we go live on any one of those platforms, as well as anything else that we're up to, and just generally you can come hang out with the rest of the community there. It's a good time on the Discord. Speaking of which, a shout out to our community there and everyone who follows. You guys are a wonderful audience and we appreciate you. If we do anything particularly entertaining or noteworthy, feel free to clip it and share it on the internet. Just make sure to also hashtag with MCCanary or get back to the stream. So people can find more of the good stuff we do here. And as always, if you want to see the stream grow, you gotta let people know. I appreciate that people have been talking about the stream, and I encourage you guys to do it more. It does help us out, and it's just really cool that you're willing to do that. So if you just want to do something, be a cool guy and help the stream out, tell people about the stream. Or you won't. Mr. Sassy Butt yelling at me. Sassy, what do you want? And thank you to all of our supporters on Patreon and Twitch. Your generosity allows us to continue to expand the stream as well as take on more projects, and the stream would not be made possible without viewers like you. So we thank you. If you want to see your name added to this list, as well as a couple of the benefits you could get, you could always subscribe directly on Twitch or check out the Patreon page here. It'll show you everything that you can get, and any amount is always appreciated. Once again, thank you. And thank you to Amounts. You do a wonderful job holding back the robot army to prevent him becoming famous. And thank you everybody for coming and hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I'm enjoying drawing this. I'm like literally probably less than an hour or two's worth of work away from finishing it, but that's fine. Maybe this is what we'll do Wednesday. We'll see. I haven't decided what I'm doing with Wednesdays yet. Maybe I'll just start something new, because I'm stubborn. So I'll get you through housekeeping and get you on your way. Make sure to check all the rest of our friends in our network of Goblin Entertainment. Ugh. So fussy. Sir, I'm trying to close the stream. You can check out the rest of my friends and all of their stuff in Goblin Entertainment here. That's all of their channels and everything that they've done and been up to. And the rest of my stuff you can find on my own link tree. This link tree has everything that I post to, such as a VOD channel for the Twitch, as well as a YouTube for my own videos, an ArtStation for my art, a SoundCloud for my music, and much, much more. So you should go check everybody out in Goblin Entertainment. Alright. Stick around. We'll head over to Prin. Go say hi to Prin. She's a good gal, and I'm sure she'd be happy to see my work. She's playing Eliza P. She has been, so stick around for that. Everybody go say hi. Otherwise, have a good afternoon. Take it easy. And remember, when you have a whiny boy, you embarrass him. That's the best thing that you can do. Isn't that right, Stinky? Isn't that right, Stinky? Oh. Oh. How did it know? How did it know? Dude, Bing is listening to me, I swear. This is the exact emotion I've felt near the end of October. I like that the skeleton is in all of these. I like it. Debember! Not Debember.